the problem with the old invoice, they must go to the CFO because he is the gateway for payment of that invoice, even after you explained the process to them.
It's about the working relationship they want to establish with me in terms of ensuring that I assist them when they
You're
have
not
challenges.
here. What you're saying is you will hear from him, from the CFO, right? So I'm asking you, according to you, the CFO is the gateway for payment of the old invoice, and he will tell you what to do. Is that what you were conveying?
No.
Okay? Future invoices, if there are problems in the future, the CFO is the gateway, because that's what you're saying here. He's the gateway, and you will deal with them depending on what he tells you. Is that what you're conveying when you read this message with the explanation that you're now giving to us?
Yes, what I was conveying to them to say, because they want to establish a direct working relationship with me, I said, no, I can't. They've started with the CFO, and they must go to him.
Okay. Your explanation doesn't make sense. Mr. Cheskalson.
You see, if this meeting was really about invoices, it's difficult to make sense of your communications with the CFO. Because as we've seen in your exchange with Commissioner Baloy, telling them to use the CFO as a gateway for the one single outstanding old invoice doesn't make sense. You've explained to them the procedure. If they follow that procedure, and if Director Malachi makes the appropriate motivation, they will be paid. There's no need to go to the CFO. You accept that?
Through SC, but as I indicated, they wanted to build a relationship with me, of which I was not comfortable with it, working with them.
Well, if that's not relating to the old invoice, that's relating to future invoices. You're nodding your head. Is that a yes?
Also.
Now, how would it be appropriate to tell them in relation to future invoices, you must go to the CFO? That's not relating to procedure, that's not following procedure at all, is it?
I did explain to them, SC, and if people feel no, it will be easier if we come through to you while you tell them this, the process in terms of payment. It's a clear process that is clearly defined. Like any other service providers, they follow that processes. There's Priscilla there who works at accounts payable. There's Jethro whom they could engage with. So I find it strange if I must be, within their communication.
No, I agree with you that it would be very strange for you to be in the line of communication, but it would be even stranger for the CFO to be in the line of communication, and that's what you suggest to them.
Remember, I know this matter because of the CFO, so it will only be ideal for me to refer them back. Then it will be up to the CFO, how does he deal with it?
Why would it be appropriate for the CFO to be a gateway for them in relation to future payments?
If they manage to see that maybe the CFO intervene for them now they want in future, if they experience this, I must be on board. If I can't help,
But why are you sending them to the CFO for future payments? Is that procedure?
I outlined the procedure to them.
And the procedure does not involve going to the CFO?
And it doesn't also involve me, and they still want to insist that I should be,
But you say that the CFO is the only gateway. So you're saying to them, don't come to me, come to the CFO.
I'm saying to them, if I get a request, maybe in future from the CFO, I might assist them. I might assist, not a request coming direct from them to me.
Well, why would it ever be appropriate for you to assist them on future invoices?
I explained that the process to them of future invoices, how they should be followed and so forth. If I find I'm in my section not being unable to assist, or either I get a request from the chief of police to say these companies were not paid, intervene, I will intervene like any other companies that I intervene on.
Yes, but that's not what you're saying to them. What you're saying is that the CFO is a gateway. He is the only gateway. The CFO is the only gateway. They must go to the CFO if they want their problem sorted out.
They want to work with me. I refuse SC to say I can't be in the middle of them communicating with me. I don't deal SC with, service providers. I'm a free runner. I want to run free. I don't want to owe any person any favor nor any other thing. So I said I can't be communicating with them direct on matters of, payments. There are people within the section who deals with that. Let them work with them.
But why would it be appropriate for the CFO to communicate directly with them?
They said the CFO, worked with them with this one, so I should, if they have encounter future challenges, I must work with them. I said, no, that's not the process. I'd rather go back to him.
Why do you say them going to the CFO is the protocol? What protocol is that? Because your message says they must go to the CFO, and because he is the only gateway, and you will get an indication from him, and then you say that's the protocol. What protocol is that?
They felt so, Commissioner, because they want
No,
me
I'm not asking you what they felt. I'm asking you what you are communicating. Forget what they felt and said to you. You are communicating something to them, and we are reading it together.
Yes.
Let's not play confused. We are reading it together. You convey in so many words. You say, go back to the CFO where you started. That's what you say.
Yes.
And then you say, because there is no back door, he is the only gateway, the CFO, and I will only be able to assist if I get an indication from Gumfowetu. And then you conclude protocol must be observed. And indeed, in his communication with Nkosi, with Sergeant Nkosi, the CFO says that is the protocol. So I would like you to explain to us, what is that protocol you are referring to? And where in the city of Tshwane do we find that protocol that you are describing in your WhatsApp message? What document should we ask for that sets out this protocol between you and the CFO?
And they want me to come on board and deal with their matter as an individual, as Deputy Chief Dlamini, to work with me directly on these matters. And I'm saying I can't.
Maybe let me ask you differently for the last time. They want you to assist them. You say, no, it doesn't work that way.
Yes.
Okay. You then say to them, you go to the CFO. That's what you tell them. They must go to the CFO where they started. That's your message. Because he is the gateway. And you will only assist if you get an indication from the CFO. And then you say that is the protocol. All of that is your words, is what you have told them.
Yes.
So, and you know the Tshwane workings better than I could ever know them. So I'm asking you the simple question. You are describing what you say is a protocol. And I'm asking you, what protocol is this? Where in Tshwane do we find it? Who should the commission speak to in Tshwane to get a document that sets out this protocol that you have set out in your WhatsApp message? either you made it up, there is no such protocol, or indeed this is the protocol. And I would like to know, where do we get this from?
Commissioner, the CFO is the financial officer. If they experience difficulties from the Department of Non-Payment or whatsoever, I'm also part of the department. And if they can't win within the department, they must go to the CFO. Because if I did not resolve their problem within the department, they must go to the CFO and deal the matter with him. They can't just come to me and want to work with me directly on matters of their payments.
Thank you.
You see, what I want to put to you is that it doesn't, this set of chats just doesn't make sense if what you were talking about was invoices. But there is certainly a possibility that what you were talking about was not payment of invoices, it was something else. Were you aware that Gubis was a bidder for TMPD 1?
I was not aware.
You deny that you were aware that Gubis was a bidder for TMPD 1?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that Gubis was is one of the successful bidders for TMPD 1?
Yes.
You are. Let's look at what you had. You, Sergeant Nkosi, and the CFO had been discussing 2 days previously. If we go to page, the screenshot of from the CFO's chat that's sent back to you, 526. You'll see that at 9 o'clock, 9:08, at the top of 536, sorry, 526. Do you have 526? On the 25th at 9:08, Sergeant Nkosi had forwarded to the CFO your messages, saying, these are the vehicles for land to be given Kuamfuetu in order of priority, and you'd listed 7 names. We discussed that on Friday. And at the bottom of the screenshot, the CFO had responded to that specific message about the 7 companies in order of priority, saying, this is ours, Mfuetu, this is the final list, right? Yes, it's our final list, Sergeant Nkosi had responded. And we had debated on Friday whether it was plausible that this was a list of companies to be checked for compliance, or whether it was a list of companies to be awarded the tender in a process of rigging the tender. You recall that?
Yes.
And I had put to you on Friday that it wasn't plausible that this was a list of companies that had been identified by NICO to be checked for compliance by the CFO. I put to you that that was not a plausible version, and we'd had some exchange around that. You recall?
Yes.
And one of the issues in that exchange was linked to the sequence of the chats. And you'll recall that you had forwarded to Sergeant Nkosi the list of companies that Nico had said was the mandate he had given to Victor.
Correct.
And an hour later, you had forwarded him the list of 7 companies that you said was our list in order of priority.
Correct.
And you had tried to explain that the first list was a list that you got from Nico in response to Sergeant Nkosi's request for 7 companies who should be checked for compliance, you recall?
That's correct.
And the second list was a list of 7 different companies that Sergeant Nkosi asked for, because he asked you to check for a list of 7 different companies for compliance because he didn't like the list that Nico had given you. He wanted another 7.
Correct.
And I asked you, how would this have taken place? Because why would Sergeant Nkosi think that Nico was open to giving you another list of 7 after the 7 that he had first given? And you said, well, no, Sergeant Nkosi and I spoke between the 2 lists, and I said to him, and he explained to me that he wanted another 7 from Nico.
That's correct.
And I pointed out to you that there was no communication between yourself and Sergeant Nkosi between those 2 messages, that there was no communication. And you said, I'm reading, I called him. I think there's incoming calls you could pick up and an outgoing call, incoming call. And I pointed out, well, on WhatsApp there was no communication, either voice calls or messages. You said, just voice calls. I said, well, there's no WhatsApp voice call between 8:02 when you send Nico's mandate and 9:03 when you send our vehicles for land. You said there is one, but you then agreed that there wasn't one. You then said, we spoke, SC. It might have been in a straight call, but we spoke. So I said, so are you saying it would have been on a cell phone call that was not a WhatsApp call? You said, yes, we spoke on a cell phone call. I said, so if we requisition your cell phone records, we will find a call between you and Sergeant Nkosi between 8:02 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. on 25 March. You said, that's correct. And I said, and will you accept that if we do that and find no call, then this version is false? And you said, yes, I will accept. Well, we did requisition the cell phone records and we've given them to you. And I can state that there is no call between you and Sergeant Nkosi between 8:02 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. on 25 March. Doesn't exist.
We'll check those, SC.
Sorry, you will check?
I will go through those.
Well, you've had them since this morning and we deliberately delayed until now so that you could look at them at tea time. Do you want me to call them up so we can check them together?
I haven't done so. I'll have to check them. I'm not sure which numbers of Nkosi did you call, you take care of, whether it's one number, because he used to call with 2 numbers and so forth.
You should have been given lists for both numbers, the Telkom number and the Vodacom number. Did you only get...
For Sergeant Nkosi?
No, for you.
He also used 2 numbers.
He also used 2 numbers?
Yes.
So which number should we be checking Sergeant Nkosi for that we haven't checked?
But Deputy Commissioner, whichever number he used, it would reflect on both, on either one of your phones or both. So it should be sufficient if we have your numbers.
In fairness to the Deputy Chief, we've given him an extract because we didn't want to show details of numbers that were irrelevant. So, I mean, if he gives us the other number that we should check, we can come back and do the exercise.
I understand.
And do it. For now, this version is still just about alive. So can you give us the other number that Sergeant Nkosi calls you on?
I'll check it.
Sorry?
I'll check it.
Yes, can you write it down at lunchtime and give it to us, and we'll do this exercise at lunchtime?
I'll check it.
You see, what I want to put to you is some different propositions. The first is that what your communications with Sergeant Nkosi and the CFO in relation to vehicles for land in order of priority was actually about which companies were going to be given priority for the tender to be rigged in their favor. And Gubis wasn't on that list. And that why Gubis was so anxious to speak to you and then to the CFO was because Gubis wanted to be on that list. And somehow Gubis managed to find its way into the final award of the tender. What's your response to that?
That's not correct, SC. Much as I'm saying, if they had access to Mr. Mpofu, who's the head of supply chain, nearly they did not need me to.
But Mr. Mpofu involved you.
Much as I'm saying, if they had access, Mr. Mpofu and myself, we only spoke about payment. If they had access, they would not have needed me.
Mr. Selson, can he respond to the first proposition, which was Gubis is not on either of the three lists? So if you start on 148 of file 3,
I have it.
are you on 148?
Yes, Commissioner.
In the second last chat, remember, is that list that allegedly came from the EFF, and it's 7 companies.
Correct.
And then on 176, it is the one that you said was from Nico to Victor.
That's correct.
And it's 7 companies. It's different from the one on 148.
That's correct.
And then the one that you said, our vehicles for land to be given to Gumfowethu in order of priority, that's on 177, the second last chat.
Correct.
And it's 7 different companies, so in total 21. And Gubis is not in any of those lists, correct?
Correct.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chaskalson.
Before we leave this topic, I just want to take you to the rest of the communications on 27 March. And you'll see that on page 442, if you go to 442, chat number 2 is a Sergeant Nkosi sending you a screenshot of his communications with the CFO. We'll get to it in a minute. Chat number 3 is a voice call from you to Sergeant Nkosi, and we've checked. That voice call lasted 5 minutes and 19 seconds. Chat number 4 is another voice call from you to Sergeant Nkosi, and that one lasted 9 minutes and 43 seconds. So if we look at the screenshot, that's at page 527.
You said 442?
442 is where we see it in the chats at 7:55 p.m. But the actual screenshot itself, to look into it, is at page 527. Also at 7:55, you'll see.
I'm sorry, SC, you speak about voice calls and so forth, and don't
I
see
suspect Mr. Chaskalson, he was not with us when you started on this page on 442. If you can
So
please-
let's go back to 442 and I'll take you through them. You see the screenshot at 7:55, chat number 2.
Yes,
Chat number 3 is a voice call from you.
chat number 3 is a voice call.
That voice call we have checked lasted 5 minutes and 19 seconds. Chat number 4 is an...
You said SC incoming WhatsApp messages. How does it? You say it's a voice call.
It's incoming for Sergeant Nkosi. So the chats on anything that comes from the left-hand side of the page is sent by you. Anything on the right to Sergeant Nkosi, anything on the right-hand side of the page is from Sergeant Nkosi to you. But these are Sergeant Nkosi's chats, so in respect of him, it's incoming. You're making a call that is incoming for him.
How do we see that's a call, SC?
Sorry?
How do we see that it's a call?
Well, those empty bubbles represent calls, and we can generate another download of or extraction report from the image of the phone to find out how long the call lasted for. We've done that, and we found in relation to that call that it lasted for 5 minutes and 19 seconds.
I think that would be proper because you said these are not calls, they are just chats. On Friday.
No, we've always treated them as voice calls in these exchanges.
It's not in my chats with Sergeant Gosi. It only reflect on the CFO, the voice calls and so forth. Mine, it's only chats.
Yes, those empty bubbles are how this type of report reflects a voice call. It doesn't have text content in it, so it comes across as an empty bubble.
I think it will help me also to know, to say this was a voice call and so forth, if we can get that.
I mean, it's not the first time we've mentioned that it's a voice call. Over lunch, I can give you another, on these particular voice calls, I can get another extraction report extract given to you so that you can see that these are voice calls. Give it to you over lunch. For now, you can assume that these are voice calls and that the first one lasted 5 minutes and 19 seconds and the second is 9 minutes and 43 seconds. If you want to come back to them after lunch, after you've seen the extraction report that I'll get you at lunch, feel free. But for now, assume that. If we go to the screenshot, we see the screenshot that was sent to you at 7:55 at page 527. And it's a screenshot of Sergeant Nkosi's communications with the CFO. And you'll see that Sergeant Nkosi at 7:40 has sent to the CFO, at 18:59, has sent to the CFO your message. Afternoon, Captain. I had a meeting with Kane and those guys today, as I indicated. I've told them that they should go back where they have started, Kumfuetu. I said to them, he's the only gateway. They can't go with a back door. I will only be able to assist if I get an indication from Kumfuetu. Protocol must be observed at all cost. And Sergeant Nkosi responds to you, nice one, General, let me inform Mfuetu, and then he informs Mfuetu by sending a screenshot of that whole chat with you. The CFO responds at 19:43, thanks, my bra, this is the way, much appreciated. There's then a missed voice call and a voice call for 5 minutes. And then there is a screenshot that the CFO sends of a missed call from Madlanga to the CFO at 18:55 and 2 calls between Madlanga and the CFO at 19:33. And that's what Sergeant Nkosi sends you. You see that?
Yes.
And then after receipt of these calls, you have two relatively lengthy chats with Sergeant Nkosi in chats 3 and chats 4. 5 minutes, 19 seconds, and 9 minutes, 43 seconds. All in all, you've spent more than 15 minutes on the phone to Sergeant Nkosi after receiving this chat on the same night. Now, why would Sergeant Nkosi send you a screenshot that shows that Mandla Mqina is calling the CFO? Why would he do that?
I can't tell, I never took that into account. I thought he's just sending me this feedback that I gave him.
Sorry, he's just, you thought this was just feedback. You thought it was completely coincidental that it ends with a series of calls from Mandla Mqina to the CFO.
Yes, I never even took that into account of Mandla Mqina because I never met with Mandla Mqina.
And you spoke to Sergeant Nkosi after receiving this screenshot. Do you recall what you spoke to Sergeant Nkosi about?
No, I can't recall.
You see, I want to put to you that Mandla Mqina, the evidence will show, is the one who is receiving a large part of the proceeds of Gubis's contracts with the city of Tshwane. Are you aware of this?
I'm not aware.
And Mandla Mqina is the nephew of Mr. Sibanyoni. You were aware of that?
I'm not aware. I heard it from you. I said I've never seen him. I've never met him.
I see. Chair, I'm about to move on to a different topic, and it's a few minutes before 1.
Before you leave. Deputy Commissioner, in your earlier discussion with Mr. Chaskalson about the purpose of your meetings with Gubis, being that Gubis was initially not on the list of companies to be awarded or recommended for appointment, and later on they end up on the list, and that's what the real purpose of those meetings and engagement was. You answered that they didn't need you for that because they already had Kane, they had access to Kane. You remember that evidence?
Yes, I said, Commissioner, if really it was about them getting appointment, Kane is the head of supply chain, they have direct contact with the CFO, why would they need me to assist them?
Can I suggest that they knew of your contact with the CFO and Sergeant Nkosi? They knew that triangle, that you have access to the CFO and you have a way of resolving things and agreeing things with the CFO, and that's why they would have, I want to suggest that as a possible explanation, that it's because they knew of your proximity through Sergeant Nkosi and your dealings through Sergeant Nkosi with the CFO, and they would have wanted to, and they would have had those engagements with you about being awarded the tender on that basis.
That's not correct.
That's not correct. Okay. It's my suggestion to you that in fact that's probably what was happening.
That's not correct. That's
Thank
not
you.
true.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a follow-up question? You said in response to Commissioner Baloy that they have direct contact with the CFO.
I got their complaint of payment from the CFO. So he indicated also here that Mr. Madlanga called him.
So Gubis wouldn't go to you if they wanted to rig a tender, they would go to the CFO, you're suggesting?
I'm not suggesting that they wanted to rig a tender, they'll go to the CFO. I'm saying they had contact of the CFO to speak to.
Why was it relevant then to mention the CFO in that context? Why was it relevant to say that they have direct contact with the CFO?
I just wanted to express to you that I had no role with Gubis nor whatsoever to be in a position even to assist them.
But they had been trying to reach you and to get you to do something which you treated as the function of the CFO, or as the preserve of the CFO. Protocol demanded that the CFO was the only gateway.
It was around payment, SC, and that was all about it.
We've been there. I want to put to you that whatever it was about, it's extremely implausible that it was about payment of invoices.
That's not true, what you are saying.
We can leave it here for now.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Good afternoon. Trust you had a good lunch. We're about to resume. Kindly put your phones on silence, please. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chancellor.
Thank you, Chair. We undertook to revert to Deputy Chief Dlamini on two issues over lunch. The one was the more detailed report of the extract of the cell phone calls to show that the empty bubbles on the evening of, I think it was the 27th of March, were calls, and that we have done. We also undertook to revert on cell phone records in relation to the additional number for Sergeant Nkosi that Deputy Chief Dlamini gave to us. Our IT experts have told me that there were no calls to that number. They are preparing a consolidated spreadsheet of all calls on that day from both phones of Deputy Chief Dlamini so that he can see for himself that he didn't call that number on that day. The spreadsheet is not here yet. When it arrives, I will ask maybe for a short adjournment to consider it, have it printed out, and then to go back to that issue. We had been dealing with the communications in relation to the Gubis meeting. There is one final topic relating to Gubis that I want to address, and it starts at page 466 of file 4. And there, Deputy Chief, in chat number 3, you will see that at 10:12 a.m., Sergeant Nkosi sent to you a document called Termination Letter COT Ad Hoc. And the letter that document is at page 566, and it's a letter from Deputy Chief Spitz terminating the provision of services by Gubis at a range of sites in Tshwane. If you go to 566, you'll see that letter. Do you have it?
Yes, I do. I see.
Why did Sergeant Nkosi send you this letter?
Sergeant Nkosi forwarded this letter to me to say the CFO said I should take note of this termination. He will discuss it with me.
To take note of the termination and to discuss it with him.
Correct.
And did you then have a discussion with the CFO?
Later on, yes, we did discuss.
And did you meet in person or did you have a call?
I think I'm not sure if he called me, because I think he requested the numbers from Sergeant Nkosi and called me around this.
And what was the discussion that he wanted to have in that regard?
It was around year-end financial year, regarding to ensure that we accrue accordingly the invoices of the previous financial year, so that we don't sit with outstanding invoices which were not accrued accordingly in the financial statements of the city.
But why was the termination letter relevant to that?
To take note to say these services have been terminated, we need to ensure that there's a mop-up plan in terms of ensuring that there are no outstanding invoices.
Was that a matter of urgency?
Yes, I can say so. Remember that end of financial year, people need to ensure that actually we request service providers to submit invoices for June earlier so that we are able to ensure that they are being accrued accordingly.
But by 26 June, you would presumably have already made those requests to service providers.
Definitely they do request. We request divisions to do so so that invoices should be earlier submitted.
So why was the termination letter relevant to that? It's something that you do always at the end of a financial year.
As I indicated to say, he was saying I need to take note that we need to ensure that there are no outstanding payment as it was in the 23-24 financial year.
Yes, but I still don't see why termination was relevant to that. You would have wanted to ensure that there were no outstanding payments, whether or not the contract had been terminated.
Yes, as he wanted to see, for me to note that this will be the last invoice for June and there shouldn't be any other. I should be able to also monitor, follow up this process.
Yes, but of course, if an invoice came after June, then the city would just refuse to honor it because it had already told Gubis that the services were terminated with effect from the end of June.
I beg your pardon, if the invoices they have rendered services, then it come after June, or services were not rendered, they bring an invoice, I'm not sure.
No. If Gubis continues to render services in July, the city is not going to pay for that because it has terminated the agreement in relation to those services.
No, definitely. Definitely, he was relating to end of June invoices.
So I still don't understand why year-end had anything, why the termination letter had anything to do with this. Let me ask you a series of questions. In the ordinary course of events, any supplier who is supplying the city in terms of a contract that will continue to run into the new financial year should submit their June invoices in time to be captured for year-end.
Correct.
So in the ordinary course of events, Gubis should have submitted its invoices to be captured for year-end by 30 June 2025.
That's correct.
The termination of their services didn't change anything in that regard.
I think he was emphasizing this. I indicated earlier on with the contract that was ending in February, to say in most instances you need to have a mop-up plan if a contract comes to an end, because once it ends, invoices are not in and so forth. You might not be in a position to process those invoices. So maybe it was his emphasis to say we need to ensure that all the invoices for the 25-26 financial year end of June get accrued accordingly to avoid misstatement in the financials of the city.
You see, we've heard this version from the CFO, that it had to do with financial year end, which was somehow made more complicated by the termination letter. I don't understand why the termination letter and financial year end were related in any way, or together would cause complications that wouldn't ordinarily just be present. Why was the fact of a termination letter going to cause any complications for the city?
Not the termination letter, the issue is around accrual of invoices.
Accrual of invoices for the 24-25 financial year.
Correct.
But in any situation, whether or not the contract has been terminated, you need to ensure that the accrual of invoices is properly addressed at the end of the financial year, or in relation to the end of the financial year.
Correct, but you can't just assume. We have seen it that there was an invoice which was not accrued according. So
Yes, but that had nothing to do with
you
termination.
can't just assume and say it's given, it will happen as such.
But that had nothing to do with termination.
It was just an emphasis, as I indicated.
But why then was it necessary to get Sergeant and Corsi to forward you a termination letter and to have a meeting that the CFO described as being very urgent in relation to termination?
As I indicated earlier on, to say the CFO might have found it easy for him to use Sergeant Corsi, and I couldn't, be held responsible for the CFO.
Yes,
Way of
I don't want to go
communication.
down that road again, but why was it necessary? Why was there any urgency to bring the termination to your attention? Because the CFO suggested that it was very urgent for you to be made aware of the termination.
As I indicated earlier on, to say he said I need to ensure that invoices get accrued accordingly. There's a mop-up plan in terms of the ad hoc services that we don't see ourselves having outstanding payments in the new financial year.
Yes, but would you agree that that is a problem that you face in relation to all contracts, whether they've been terminated at the end of the financial year or whether they are going into the new financial year?
Correct, SC?
So that doesn't explain why it was so urgent to alert you to the termination. Did you see any urgency to which the termination was relevant?
It's not about the termination, it's about services that were rendered under ad hoc services and so forth. So he was just indicating to say this has been terminated. Let's ensure that we accrue every invoices. We ensure that, we close the financial year proper.
So from your perspective, if there was any urgency, it didn't relate to the termination letter, it related to issues of accrual of invoices which were not specifically caused by the termination letter.
And that's correct, but we should also take into account and see that we communicate in various ways when we communicate certain subject matters.
Sorry.
Did you receive a termination letter from the CFO in respect of I think it was Triotic was the other company that was rendering ad hoc services? Did you get a similar letter?
In terms of Triotic, commissioner and more another service provider, remember these ad hoc services with the spreadsheet for 6 months. We were paying Goobies an amount of, it's 1.8 or something, 2 million when it has inclusive of VAT per month. Come January, ad hoc increased just for Goobies to 14 million in February. When I picked it up in March, when accounts payable said to me, this is the situation. So this was in relations to those additional services that were procured since January, which escalated the ad hoc services.
Does your explanation mean only Gubis was informed
Yes,
that its services have been terminated?
correct, Commissioner.
No one else was being terminated?
No,
The other service providers who were providing ad hoc services who had been authorized
Yes.
by Mr. Piri, are you saying they didn't get similar letters that tell them that the service is now discontinued?
I'm not sure who authorized them, but these mainly the services that were authorized by Mr. Piri were these ones of Gubis for water treatment plants and so forth.
Thank you.
But just to clarify from your perspective, there was nothing urgent created by the termination letter.
There was,
Nothing urgent created by the termination letter.
yes, much as I'm saying we don't need to look at the termination in isolation of the subject matter that he was talking about. He was emphasizing the issue of invoices. SC.
You see, when he spoke to us, he tried to suggest that it was the termination letter that was creating an urgent situation.
I think he's better placed perhaps to explain that one. My discussions with the CFO was in relations to accrual of invoices, ensuring that we close the financial year without taking the previous financial year expenditure into the next financial year.
Can I then take you to a chat on page 400, page 421, file 4. And there you'll see that at the top of 421, on the 6th of December 2024, Sergeant Nkosi sent you a screenshot. And at 9:54 p.m. and at 10:01 you responded, "Evening, Captain. I thought you told him that your wife is in hospital and you had to rush there and reschedule our appointment." You see that?
Yes, I see that.
Do you recall what that was about?
I can't recall.
Maybe if you go to page 498, sorry, before we go to 498, there does need to be some sort of trigger warning because there are some fairly gruesome pictures that are sent in this message.
You said it's page
498.
498. Let's just have a look before. Perhaps we should not display it.
Yes, that may be
Pictures
the
are
easiest
just
way.
too gruesome, yeah.
Do you see the picture at 498?
Correct?
Do you know what that picture, well, it depicts some bodies, but do you know what scene it relates to?
I don't know what scene it relates to.
Did Sergeant Nkosi not explain to you what scene it related to?
No, much as I was saying, he said he's rushing to somewhere and he need to attend. So I said, but I thought you, because your wife is in hospital, you wouldn't be, doing duties on that particular day.
Yes, but your response, at the bottom of the message, says, my broer, and this is from the sender of the message, someone who Sergeant Nkosi saves as Ngwato advocate. Do you know who Ngwato advocate is?
Yes,
Who is it?
it's Sergeant Nkosi's advocate.
And have you had meetings with him before?
No. The only time I think I was booking for a couple's event at his place. I think we're supposed to go and view the venue with Sergeant Nkosi.
Is that the place at Hartbeespoort Down?
Yes,
So it's in fact his attorney, not his advocate.
it's an.
Mr. Ngwato, who has the place
Yes.
is his attorney. Well, at the bottom of that message, Mr. Ngwato writes, my broer, any update of number 1. And that seems to be what you are responding to at 6 minutes, at 10:01 on page 421, where you say, evening, Captain, I thought you told him your wife is in hospital and you had to rush there and reschedule our appointment.
Yes.
So who was number 1?
I don't know who's number 1.
But then why did you respond, I thought you told him that your wife is in hospital and you had to rush there and reschedule our appointment?
Much as I'm saying to say we were supposed either to view that venue because we wanted to use it for couple seminar in RTPS. And his wife was also sick. Much as I'm saying, he rescheduled our appointment because he wanted to rush to the hospital. That's what I was indicating.
So did you understand that the message at the bottom saying, my broer, any update of number 1 related to a proposed appointment between yourself, Sergeant Nkosi, and Mr. Ngwato to look at the venue?
We were not meeting with Mr. Nyatlo there. We were meeting with the people who are working there at the venue.
Well then, a meeting for yourself and Sergeant Nkosi and the people at the venue.
Yes, the
to
manager
look
there,
at the venue.
The manager there.
And so when when the message refers to any update of number 1, then it seems to be referring to you as number 1.
No,
Well, who is it referring to as number 1?
I don't know.
But you responded in relation to a meeting that you had planned with Sergeant Nkosi to go and look at Mr. Ngwato's venue.
It's 2 separate incidents, I think. Here he was telling me about this, either he's rushing somewhere. He was, I'm not sure it's a screenshot that he was also showing the advocate to say either he's rushing somewhere there. And while he had initially an arrangement with me to take me to view that venue there, but he also had his wife in hospital. So, and he rescheduled our appointment because, as I'm indicating to say, because his wife was admitted and so forth, so we won't be able to go and view the venue.
But how did you know, in response to this message, which says, any update of number 1, that Sergeant Nkosi was that a response relating to your proposed appointment to view the venue was what Sergeant Nkosi was looking for?
I have nothing on this message, CS. I think it's a communication of Sergeant Nkosi and Advocate Ngwato. I don't know what they were talking about.
Sorry, Deputy Chief, but that answer doesn't make sense. You get a screenshot at 9:54 from Sergeant Nkosi of his conversations with Mr. Ngwato. You respond within 7 minutes saying, "Evening, Captain," and the last message on that screenshot says, "My brew, any update of number 1?" And you respond, "I thought you told him that your wife is in hospital and you had to rush there and reschedule our appointment."
SC, Sergeant Kosi sent me this screenshot. Then I write to him to say, "I thought you told him that your wife is in hospital and you had to rush there and reschedule our appointment." That's what he told me to say. He's rescheduling our appointment because he's rushing to hospital. So I become surprised if he's attending again to another incident.
Deputy Chief, who's the him you are referring to in that chat? I thought you told him. Who is that him?
Advocate Ngwato, because that's the screenshot I think he sent me.
But why would he tell Advocate Ngwato? Because he doesn't work for Advocate Ngwato. If he doesn't need to be at work because he's attending to that crime scene, why does he have to tell Ngwato that?
Commissioner, this screenshot he shoots to me because we had an appointment to go and view the venue. So I'm surprised to say, but you rescheduled our appointment to go and shoot the venue. So, and you said your wife is in hospital, it's admitted in hospital, which for me it's a valid reason.
So
For him to reschedule our appointment. Now he's attending to something. I'm saying, why you did not tell Advocate Ngwato to say your wife is in hospital?
So the him in your chat does not refer to the number 1 in the screenshot?
I don't know who's number 1.
Okay, thanks.
Looking at the timestamps here, your answer doesn't quite explain. This is at night, the screenshot exchanges that you're referring to. At 4:98, that exchange happens at night, and then your message is also at night, where you say, "I thought you told him." So if your issue is that he had said to you that he will tell him that he's attending, that if your account is that Sergeant Nkosi told you that he will tell Mr. Ngwato, or he told Mr. Ngwato that his wife is in hospital, and that is your issue now that you see these pictures here, because now it has cancelled your viewing as a result of him telling Ngwato that his wife is in hospital. It doesn't quite make sense unless you are going to be viewing the venue at night.
He's not Mr. Ngwato's wife. Sergeant Nkosi's wife was in hospital.
Yes, I understand.
So we're supposed to go there and make arrangements for a couple's seminar. He postponed me and said, "We can't go there because my wife is in hospital. I must go and visit him." So I'm surprised to say, but you are taking other commitments.
Okay, but this screen page that Sergeant Nkosi sends to you, it doesn't say he is at another job. There's no accompanying message that tells you that Sergeant Nkosi is in fact at another scene. Where do you draw that from, that he has gone somewhere else instead of going with you to go and watch and see the venue?
Much as I'm saying, this chart he was showing me to say he postponed me earlier on, but he's now showing me to say he's attending to something else.
Why do you say this says he is attending to somewhere else? Why do you say from this that Nkosi isn't attending at this scene?
Why am I saying he's attending to this scene?
Yes, that he is at this scene where these pictures are.
I can't recall very well, Commissioner, but he might have spoken to me, much as I sent him that message, because I was supposed to finalize the arrangement.
Well, you're responding by WhatsApp, so he would have had to tell you on WhatsApp that I'm at another scene. Then your response would make sense, where you say, I thought you told him that your wife is in hospital. He would have had to say it to you on WhatsApp.
Commissioner, I think this is what I recall about this incident. This one had nothing to do with me. Who's number one, I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Shaska.
Can I take you to a different issue? It is file 4, page 479. And there on the 14th of September, Sergeant Nkosi sends you a series of receipts from applicants to be trainees in the TMPD. Starting from chat number 7, and you'll see those receipts in the annexes from page 571. Can you explain to the Commission what was happening here? Why Sergeant Nkosi was sending you receipts, application receipts in relation to particular trainees?
As I indicated previously to say, the application receipts that Sergeant Nkosi have sent me, I received quite a lot of them from various people. Family, colleagues, friends, and so forth. To say, perhaps, can you assist with this, with the hope of securing employment in the city? So I received quite a lot of them.
Does employment relations and appointments fall within any of your responsibilities in your position at the city?
It falls within SC because I'm support and admin, but I think I've attached a letter there that perhaps we should go to it and read it so that I can be able to clarify this matter.
Let's look at it. Where is it? It's one of your additional documents.
Yes.
In fact, I'm not sure that it's been paginated because it came in late. I don't know, Chair and Commissioners, it was the email that we spoke about at the start of Friday's questioning. I'm not sure if it has been made available to you. The covering email is from Deputy Chief Dlamini and is dated 20 April 2026. The email itself is from Velin Nwandule Inswani to Deputy Chief Dlamini on 8 May 2025. Do you have it?
Something about the 8th May.
It's directly under the covering. Oh yes,
I see that.
It is the right one. Can I suggest that we number it in the additional documents bundle, which currently ends at file 5, page 88. It can start at page 89 of file 5.
Isn't there one to spare? I can share with Commissioner Baloyi. One to spare for Commissioner Kumalo, please.
Are we ready to proceed? And can I suggest that we number it from 89 so that my copy ends at 91 and it goes into file 5? 89.
And may the attorneys please make sure that our files are what they should be at the end of the day. Thank you.
Deputy Chief, if you can number yours accordingly, and then let's discuss the document, what you want to tell us about the document.
Yes, I've numbered it, I see.
And can you tell us what you want us to take note of in the document?
SC, I want you to take note of, to say the structure might be speaking something else, but in essence, practicality, it's not what is happening at the workplace. So this is a typical example. It's not only relating to HR matters, but it also relates to many aspects within my division. It will be internal affairs and so forth, but I'll take you through just to understand so that you can have, a background around these matters of my involvement and so forth on HR-related matters.
Please do. It's just that I'm not sure what you want to emphasize here. So the floor is yours.
If we go to page 90, you'll realize that I'm making request here from my office to the director who wrote this email to say, as discussed during your telephonic conversation.
So you're at the foot of page 90.
Page 90.
And that's the email from Iris Ngubeni to
Yes.
Velian Rwandule.
Yes. To say, as discussed during our telephonic conversation with DC last Wednesday, 30 April 2025, please submit a plan and timeline for the filling of the advertisement of the recently closed vacancies. Furthermore, you and Ms. Celias are required to attend the Monday's meeting at 7:30 for weekly progress. Lastly, please update on the job forum of 2,000 trainee. The advertisement is planned for the first week of July 2025. This was my email to Director Nwandule to get a plan, a sense of what is happening. And he responds to me on the 8th of May. He says, good morning, Deputy Chief. Please note that first and foremost, all recruitment applications are received by Group Human Capital Management Recruitment Section. The process is fully controlled by Group Human Capital Management. Upon receipt of the online application, the information is organized for the department in terms of various positions advertised. In an effort to structure a proper way forward, I engaged with Nadia Silas on 6 May 2025 regarding a need for us to have a session where we need to finalize plans wherein she stated categorically clear that She will only be communicating with the Chief of Police regarding recruitments, and she was instructed not to engage any other person in the department. Even though I made it clear to her that I am the director mass and cannot be left out at all, she made it clear that she was instructed by the office of the chief and will brief the chief on regular basis via WhatsApp. What I stated here above is an indication that the Metro Police Department is hell-bent on continuing to conduct wrongdoings on a repeated basis when coming to recruitment. One can conclude that it is either arrogance by the department or the key account specialist, and or both conniving and enjoying the same arrogance. I thought the meeting organized by the Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner Support and Admin on 18 March 2025, which was intended to clarify roles insofar as human resource matters are concerned, was very clear, but I seem to be wrong. The same meeting was clear that the Director Mass, TMPD, and Key Account Specialist, Group Human Capital Management ought to work together on all human resource matters. It is rather strange that Nadia Silas undertook it differently and she can't even provide proper advice on the right procedure or at least the role of the department director for mass to whoever is giving the so-called instruction. Right across all departments of the city, the key account specialist and the director mass would work together seamlessly on all the recruitment matters, except in the Metro Police Department, where the key account specialist is only comfortable only in working with white managers and continue to undermine the existence of Director Mass, probably because he is African and black in particular. It is clear that Nadia Silas wants to be a law unto herself when coming to Metro Police Department. This rotten attitude must come to an abrupt end. My expectations going forward is that order and professionalism will be restored in the department by adhering to procedures. All the recruitment initiatives and processes will be done through and in conjunction with the Director Mass in the Metro Police Department. Given the above, I request agent intervention in order to determine the way forward. This I want to bring SC to your attention that HR, yes, it's under me in terms of structure. As you could see that I continuously make attempt to ensure that, we work seamlessly in this arrangement. On the 18th of March, I arranged a meeting together with the Chief of Police, both the Director and the Key Account Specialist, trying to resolve their working relationship. In that meeting, it was resolved that the Key Account Specialist must liaise with the Director Mass in whatever HR-related matters within the department. But you can take from the email that came back on the 8th of May that there was no any effort of the two trying to work together. And these are work politics I indicated previously to say we sometimes get accused of raising race cards while it's not the case. There's a clique that works within the department of people preferring Dlamini it's black. We can't include him on these matters that relate either to HR or whatever the case it might be. He'll prefer to work with DC Police on any other matter that relate to HR. Much as DC Police, when he came here, it was clear that he's attending arbitrations and so forth, which are all, related, coming from grievances and so forth, which get run by Director Nwandu, who must go to step 3. But because of these, matters that he raised here, the status quo is such that DC police will continue doing arbitrations and so forth. I'll only come at the tail end if there's an enforcement order that they are attaching the city's assets. It's when these matters will be brought to my attention to ensure payment for members who either got an award and now they have an enforcement order. So I just wanted to bring it to your attention to say it's not an isolated matter. It same applies with internal affairs. It's there in the structure reporting to Dlamini. But Director Minaru will be called to the office not to inform DC Dlamini. I don't attend consequence management meeting. And these are some of the things that are happening. So my involvement on HR matters, it will be when there's an advert, I get inquiries from members of the public, either communities, to say, is it perhaps a bogus advert or not? Confirm if this is a real advert or whatever the case it might be. That's what I will confirm. No, it's a real advert. It's from the city. Some officials will send me the receipt. You see, Sergeant Gosi has sent me to say either my daughter applied, can you assist, and so forth. I give them information. Most instances, it will be when the recruitment process is on course, either some receive, SMSs to come and do physical exercise. You'll get a lot of inquiries and calls to say, my child was not called and so forth. Will they be afforded an opportunity? I'll just inquire from HR. They'll inform me to say they are calling them on batches and so forth. For instance, typical example, with the 200 trainee, I'll appoint people to say, Nadia, you liaise with this superintendent and this one. They will change them and put, white people to say, Nadia, you select white people, you'll work with these people only on this matter and ensure that Dlamini doesn't get information in this regard. So it's a cabal that it's run in the department. And on HR matters, truly speaking, SC, that's basically my involvement. I receive these things of inquiries within people, various people. I assist them with information and so forth. So I just wanted to bring this to the attention of the Commission to say there's no way I will influence a recruitment process because the panel get appointed by the Chief of Police in conjunction with Ms. Silas and Mr. Boles, who decide who sits on the panel and so forth, who does what, and all those kind of things.
Well, let me clarify some issues. You have a role in relation to appointments within the TMPD.
That's correct.
Do you have a role in relation to appointments outside the TMPD?
No.
Now, if we go, for instance, to page 451, we see a series of these receipts at 451. And they, the actual documents are at page 540. So if we go to 540, we see the receipts. The first receipt at 540 is for a position of cashier. Is that a position within the TMPD?
The position was within the TMPD.
I see. And the second application at 542, administrative officer, is that also a TMPD?
The position was within the TMPD.
Right. The page 554, there is a letter addressed to an applicant saying, "Thank you for registering on the City of Tshwane recruitment page. Please update your profile, then apply for job opportunities." That looks like a general letter for someone whose profile needs to be updated.
What do we have in
544.
544?
44.
Oh, 44.
Do you see it?
I see, the city has introduced the online applications in the city. And most of these youngsters, and they are not, aware that once you go on the online, application website to apply, it requires you to create a job profile first. And some people will take these as applications because they are not, fully vested with the system. How does it work? You need to first create a profile, then go and select where they are posted. You apply specifically, then it will give you a confirmation receipt that you have applied. So most of the applicants end with creating profile and think they have applied for a position in the city because they are not well conversant with the system. So this is one of the confirmation that you have a profile now. If you want to apply, you can apply for any position within the city.
Why would it be appropriate to send that letter to you? What role do you have in relation to sort of general registration on the Tshwane recruitment page?
SC, you'll realize that he sent this and say he has applied. I said, I advise, it's not an application. He only created a profile. He must go back to the system and apply.
And take, for example, 540, the cashier who you say was applying for a post in TMPD. What did you do with this application, or this receipt of application?
Much as I indicated to say, I receive a lot from various people with the hope that they will either get assistance to secure employment or whatever the case it might be. Taking into account, the rate of unemployment, people are disparate, they go all out. Even if it's not positions in the department, for the mere fact that you work in the city, people think you might have a way and so forth. They'll send you this, confirmation to say, my daughter or my son has applied. Is there a way to assist? You'll receive quite a number of them.
You see, you received this from Sergeant Nkosi, these letters. In the light of your explanation, does it mean you understood it as him hoping that you would be able to assist these people, hoping and maybe even expecting that you would be able to help these people obtain employment?
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Did you explain to him that you couldn't do that?
I do explain SC to a lot of them, even to him, to say if they want to be Metro Police officers, they need to be able to be fit, be in a position to run 2.5, do obstacle crossing and so forth, and pass all the steps.
No, I understand that, but did you explain to him that you can't ease the way for certain applications? You can't help someone get appointed?
I did, and much as you'll realize that not even a single candidate on all these applications was successful. Some of them could not do at the physical evaluations and so forth.
You see, what seems odd is that if you did explain to Sergeant Nkosi that you couldn't assist, why did he keep on sending these to you? Because he sends them to you over a fairly lengthy period. We see the first batch are on page 451. And that is the 6th of May.
Yes, SC, I do explain. It's not only to him, but to a number of people. And they will continue persuading with a view that perhaps one might help.
Well, let's look at the next one, which is at the top of page 461. It's a month later in June. And Sergeant Nkosi says to you in chat 2, "Morning, my General. This one is General Shabiri's daughter. She graduated in 2002. Since then, no employment." And he says, please, let's make a plan. Did you explain to him that you couldn't make a plan?
I did, to say you need to ensure that he's able to go through the entire processes, the evaluations. If he's successful, then they'll be able to call her for interviews.
But you explained to him that you don't play any controlling role in that process, that they have to go through the correct process.
I do, SC.
Then, a few months later, in 479, page 479 in September, there's another series of these applications that he sends you, these receipts. So he seems not to accept your answer that you can't ease the way for particular applicants.
It's a lot of them, SC, that you'll explain to them. They'll continue persuading to say, perhaps there might be a way. Please check for me if you have someone who might be able to assist. So these are indebted with inquiries, SC, with you.
But how do you respond to those inquiries? Do you leave people with the impression that you might be able to find a way?
I don't create any impression, SC, even from my close friends or close family members. I tell them to say, if you want an opportunity, you need to follow the due processes. Let your child, my sister, be able to run, follow the due processes.
And yet Sergeant Nkosi keeps on coming back to you with lists of applicants. What is he asking from you?
It's not only him, SC. I'll give you a classical, example. One of my sister's son went, he ran, he was able to do the obstacle crossings and so forth. He went for driving, he passed, he went for psychometric, he passed the psychometric. When he went for driving and so forth, they required documents. He attached the statement of result. He was disqualified on that. And my sister will come and say, is there no way that you can assist? I'll tell him to say, train your kids to be responsible. If they say these are the requirements, let them follow them. So I might not be able to assist. I indicated to say, I don't appoint the panel, it's appointed by DC Police, Nadia, and the chief. I can only assist with inquiries.
Deputy Commissioner, he says to you in that message, this is General Shibiri's, suggesting you know General Shibiri.
I don't know him. I've never seen him. It was for the first, he suggested it's General Shiburi, and I don't know who's General Shiburi. I only saw him.
Shibiri.
Yes, I only saw him for the first time when he came to the commission.
You didn't ask him who is that?
I felt it's not necessary, Commissioner, for me to ask him.
Do you know why he would assume you know who General Shibiri is? I mean, it's quite important that he mentions.
He mentioned the general.
The name of the parent. Do you know why he would assume that you would know who it is and why it would matter to you?
I think he assumed I know General Shibiri, and for the mere fact to say he says it's general, maybe there might be something that I might do.
Thank you.
Can we go to a different topic, which is the chats on, I've just lost my reference, bear with me for a minute. The chats on page 467. And there you'll see that on 26 June, Sergeant Nkosi sends you 2 pictures, and you'll find those pictures at page 567, all in file 4. And so if you go down 567, 568, 569, and then we'll get to 570 shortly. What were those pictures?
I think he shared these pictures with me because I did not know what is happening. We spoke and he told me to say it's General Kumalo who was arrested and so forth. But I did not even know him because General Kumalo, whoever. I think he shared this for me because one, he knows I'm not on social media. Secondly, I'm not watching any TV, no, the news or whatsoever. I think he likes sharing information with me on those bases.
This is not social media information. These are private photographs of people being taken into a court. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware. I wouldn't know SC where he got it, but as I indicate to say, I'm not on social media, don't watch TV, nor follow, these things in most instances.
What did he tell you about these?
He just said there was an arrest of the, General Kumalo and so forth.
And did he explain why he thought you might be interested in these?
He never explained it to me because I never asked him further because I never took interest on it.
So you just got these pictures from him without knowing why he sent them to you.
Much as I'm saying, he was just sharing with me to say there was this arrest and so forth, that people were arrested at OR Tambo and so forth, General Kumalo and so forth. So I said, what's happening now? Why are they arrested? He said, I don't know, he'll let me know, but I never followed up in that thing.
And on if one goes to page 570, one sees a list of people with case numbers. And SAP 14 numbers, occurrence book numbers. You see that?
I see it.
What was this?
At that time, I never even went through it. Much as I'm saying, I was not interested because he sent these things together with all this. I never went through it.
All right.
I think, Deputy Chief, I think what is curious and does require an explanation from somebody is the very specific information that Sergeant Nkosi is sharing with you. Firstly, at 467, where you've got those pictures, he gives you names. On the face of it, at least according to me, it suggests that these names must mean something to you. This is not just a sharing of what's on social media. He gives you names of people that have been arrested. At 467, he says General Gabela. He says Brigadier Madondo, and then there's General Kumalo. So there must be a significance to him mentioning the names. And then when you then turn to that page 570, which is the contents of a diary with names and case numbers, it's difficult to accept at face value that these had no significance for you. At the very least, one would expect you would have asked, why are you sending me these things? If you didn't know, you would have said, why are you sharing the diary with me? Who are these people that you have listed, Gabela, Madondo? Who are these people? Unless you tell us that, well, I always knew who Gabela is. I knew who Madondo is. I knew who Kumalo is. And so when he sent me those names, it made sense why he would just give me the names. You've just said you knew nothing about this.
Commissioner, to be honest, I did not take interest. I don't follow, Commissioner, the news of SAPS a lot or any news. I did not, know them. Much as I asked him later to say what is happening, and he said General Kumalo was arrested coming from OR and all those kind of things. I never followed up. The chart at 475, I never took interest to go who are the names and so forth, because for me, it was of significant importance. It was not of significant importance to me.
Yeah, you see, but more the reason, from what you're saying, more the reason why there has to be a better explanation why he would have sent you this. You say you don't take any interest in SAPS matters. So on that account, Sergeant Nkosi woke up one morning on a topic that you have absolutely no interest in, decided to share with you information about who has been arrested, the names, that you say, I actually have no interest in that. But perhaps more importantly, certainly more importantly, he shares the contents of a diary which has people's names, case numbers, and OB numbers. That's not random information that you share with someone who's just interested about something that was in the paper. It's something that you share with the expectation that the person you are sending this to has an interest in receiving this. or would be interested to receive this kind of information?
I did not, Commissioner. At that time, I never took interest in this.
Thank you.
Can we then go to page 471? File 4. And there on the 12th of July 2025 at chat 3, you send a WhatsApp to Sergeant Nkosi that reads as follows. Morning, Captain. I can see, Ukuti, that you have captured Umfuetu, and he wouldn't want to leave him. You wouldn't want you to leave him. You should gear yourself to do so forever, my brother. Umfuetu is the best person to be with, Ujuda Wetu, who will do great things for us, compared to Baba Wako Ngaseko. Now, what were you saying to Sergeant Nkosi when you said that he had captured Mr. Mnisi, the CFO?
As I think we are reading this message, not taking into consideration that I tapped on a picture there, SC. It's not like I wrote this message purely, so there was a picture that I was tapping on it when I wrote this message.
Sorry, you say there was a picture
Yes.
that was on this message?
Yes,
That you sent a picture with this message?
yes, I tapped on the picture, then I responded on the picture.
So this message was a reply to
The photograph,
a photograph.
yes.
Are you referring to what appears under chat 2, or are you referring to something else?
I'm referring to, I think it's chat 2 that came. It was a picture that was sent to me. I tapped on it, then I wrote this message.
Are you able to take us there, perhaps, Mr. Chaselson?
I'm not, it's not a picture, it is a video.
The video.
We may or may not be able to display it. Well, let me describe it. Well, do you recall what it was that you were responding to?
Yes, here, as I indicated to say, it was me responding to that picture that I was responding to. I want it here. I think I responded to it here.
Do you remember what it was, Deputy Chief?
When was?
In terms of content?
Yes, in terms of content, Commissioner, I wanted to indicate to say he have captured the attention of the CFO, and much as I indicated there to say, I mean, you must get yourself to do so every time, because the CFO will always want to.
No, Deputy Chief. You said what you've just read now, or paraphrased at least part of it. You said that in response to a picture, and you say that picture was what appears under chat number 2. So the question by Mr. Chaskalson is, what was that? Do you recall what this was?
He was appearing there with the CFO on that picture.
Yes, Mr. Chaskalson.
Well, the video, if we, Chair, if we are given 2 minutes, I can produce the video. Can I suggest that we stand down for 5 minutes and we can then play the video?
Let's do so. We'll come back when we are called.
for the
Good afternoon. We're about to resume. Kindly leave your phone on silent, please. Thank you.
Chair, Mr. Mokgotsi was due to be recalled today. In the meantime, we've been informed by his legal team that they are going to apply for my recusal as the evidence leader dealing with his matter. We haven't seen an application yet. We've seen an affidavit which we're told is going to form the basis of the application. We will have to consider our position once we have seen a proper application. I have my own views, but I obviously will need to discuss the matter with the full evidence leader team, and to do so once we've seen this application that hasn't yet been furnished. And what we would want from the Commission is to put Mr. Mokgotsi's team on terms to file an application. It ought really to have been filed before today because he was due to appear today. And the issues to which it relates are issues which apparently have been around for a long time. Then we will have to consider our position, and to respond, if there is a response necessary, I may need to seek permission to depose to an affidavit. That will take some time, and I would ask that we set a timetable for resolving this matter within reasonable time limits, and certainly not to delay the return of Mr. Mokgotsi unnecessarily.
And about that timeline, would that be set today still, or will there be engagements between the two sides after today?
I would like it to be set today if it is possible, because I don't want, I want Mr. Mokgotsi to leave today knowing when he has to come back.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Can you please place yourselves on record?
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, before you and your co-chairs, it's Mr. Makau William Sekhacha. Makau William Sekhacha. Sekhacha, that's correct,
Sekhacha.
Commissioner.
How do you write Sekhacha?
S-E-K-G-A.
K-G-A.
T-J-A.
T-J-A. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sekhacha.
afternoon, Chair and co-commissioners. Before you is Advocate Mohomane. Surname is M-O-H-O-M-A-N-E. Thank you, Chair.
And, oh, thank you very much. And who's lead?
My apologies. Chair.
Who is lead counsel?
Your Worship, lead counsel will be my attorney for the simple reason that my health has taken a bit of a turn. I'm on medication, so it's safer for him to proceed, but we are on the same instruction.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Mokgotsi.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
And good afternoon to both of you too. I don't remember greeting you. Thank you. Yes, Mrs. Khaja.
Thank you, Chair.
You've heard Mr. Shaskalson.
Yes, Chair, we do confirm that there is an intended application
Yes.
for the recusal of Mr. Charles Gassen as lead evidence,
Yes.
as evidence leader in
Yeah.
relation to the evidence of Mr. Mokgosi. I'm not sure if the Commission has already received the supplementary affidavit wherein
Yes, we've received the affidavit, but I don't think we want to go into the content or the detail. Perhaps subject to what you say, the best course to take is for Mr. Mokgotsi through you to bring a substantive application for the recusal that has been mentioned by Mr. Shaskalson.
Yes,
Yes.
I do agree, and I've already noted through the terms of reference that the substantive application will need to be brought by our client in relation to this.
Yes.
We are happy, Chair, to adhere to whatever terms which are agreed between the parties in relation to this particular application.
But with regard to the application, I direct that be filed not later than midday tomorrow. The rest about timelines that are to be agreed relates to when next Mr. Mokgotsi should appear to testify.
Chair,
But,
we are happy to file it by midday tomorrow.
Yes.
Perhaps we can be given a direction as to when will they be expected to respond and us to also further reply to that particular response.
Yes. Mr. Shaskalson? I heard you say you would have to seek permission as someone who was a practitioner. I'm referring to me. I assume that the permission you are referring to is seeking permission from the Bar Council as counsel to depose to an affidavit, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, it's not only the Bar Council, it's also Pabasa, and I need to look and see if I need permission from the Legal Practice Council as well. I genuinely don't know at this stage.
Yeah. But timelines, as Mr. Sakhaja says?
If I can respond by 6 May, because I'm going to need, the response will not take long, but obtaining permission to depose to the affidavit and submit it may take long.
Yes,
May take longer.
6 May.
So 6 May would, I think, give me enough time. It will be a week after the affidavit comes in.
And Mr. Sakhaja, by when do you suggest to reply?
Commissioner, it will depend on the veracity of the contents of that particular affidavit. But
Length or what?
the length, yes, the length.
And was veracity intended in the sense that the
Yes.
time you require will also depend on the veracity?
Yes,
Okay, all right,
Commissioner,
all right.
also we need to also obtain instructions from our client in relation to that. Perhaps I would say 3 days after the
3
affidavit
days after
has been
that. So by
filed.
9 May.
I do not have my calendar with me.
Day is the 9th, Sunday.
The 9th is a Saturday, Chair.
11.
Yes, my council is suggesting the 11th.
Then, so as to have full timelines, because now we are left with a date for Mr. Mokhotsi coming back, and that's what you've agreed to engage on. Unless when Mr. Shaskalson suggests a date, Mr. Sekhaja agrees to that date now, we may have to adjourn very briefly for you to engage each other and agree on a date. But of course, there's also the question of when this application is argued. I don't know whether it would be on the morning of the day when Mr. Mokhotsi come back, or whether it would have to be a separate day.
Chair, I don't think that it would be necessary to set aside 2 different days.
Yes,
Our program is tight. We're already losing time because of this. So can I suggest that the hearing of the application and of Mr. Mokhotsi's evidence, whether it's led by me or another evidence leader, takes place on one of the 13th, 14th, or 15th of May? The 13th, 14th, 15th of May.
On any one of those?
On any one of those days that Mr. Mokhotsi's legal team wants to choose.
On your assessment now, would it have taken only 1 day for Mr. Mokhotsi's testimony to be finalized?
Yes, not even a day. I mean,
Not even.
there are limited topics that we were going to traverse with him.
Also,
So it's possible to determine the application
and
to
still hear the testimony.
deal with the remainder of the evidence.
All right. Which one of those days do you pick, Mr. Sekhaja?
Chair,
If any at all, but I hope you will pick one.
the 15th, Chair.
1-5.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much to both sides. The substantive application must be filed by close of business tomorrow, 29 April 2026. I have specifically decided to say close of business, no longer midday, because it doesn't serve much purpose to press for midday if the answer is going to be on the 6th of May anyway. So let me start from the top, as artists say. The substantive application must be filed by close of business tomorrow, 29 April 2026. The answering affidavit must be filed by 6 May 2026. The replying affidavit must be filed by 9 May 2026. And, I'm so sorry. 11 May 2026. And the hearing of Mr. Mokhotsi's testimony will resume on 15 May 2026. And the application for recusal will be heard on the morning of that day. Mr. Mokhodzi, you are directed to be here on that day. That is 15 May 2025.
26. One last day, I'll come next day.
2026. You should not have corrected me, Mr. Mokhodzi, because then you would simply not have had to come here.
It was on the media that I'm not around, so I must quickly say.
Thank
I'm
you.
here.
Thank you very much to everybody.
Thank you, Chair, and the co-chairs.
You are excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Mokhodzi, you too, you are excused. Thank you. We are ready when you are, Mr. Chaskelson.
Thank you, Chair. It's probably best to, at this point, to play the video to which the Deputy Chief says that his message responded.
I always hope that I could have put down with him.
Deputy Chief, did you see that video? What was it? What was the scene that was being described, that was being shown in the video?
Correct, it was Sergeant Nkosi. It's not only a video, there was two. He sent a picture and a video. I'm not sure if it appears there in the chart, because it was not only that video alone. It was a picture and a video, because they were at the funeral, if I recollect very well, of the Deputy President by that particular day.
So it was the funeral of the late Deputy President Mabuza.
Correct, SC.
And Sergeant Nkosi was walking with Mr. Mnisi at the funeral.
Yes.
Now, in that context, how are we to understand, I can see, Ukuthi, you have captured Umfowethu, and he wouldn't want you to leave him.
I was referring, as I indicated, to the attention with regard to which I think he has taken the attention of the CFO, and he wouldn't want to, to be far from him.
So the CFO wants to be with Sergeant Nkosi, is what you are saying.
That's correct.
And why the verb capture?
Capture signifies here, let's see the attention here.
Well, in context, that isn't what it means. Look at what you say at the end of the message. Mfowethu is the best person to be with. Ujuda Wetu, who will do great things for us, compared to Baba Waka Ungaseko. So, what I want to put to you is that the capture of the CFO was a process that was designed to put the CFO in a position to do great things for you.
That's not true, CS, because I don't think you should isolate Ujuda Wetu to the entire statement.
Maybe explain Ujuda Wetu, because you say it has significance.
Much as I said, Ujuda Wetu becomes the context where I'm speaking about this thing, with relate to, the gratitude, that I see. It signifies, gratitude, and it's a praise, it's in Dumiso.
So, why don't you read that last sentence, substituting for Ujuda Wetu gratitude or praise or whatever you say it means, so that we understand your context.
See, when we write these things, it's not like you are writing a formal or thesis or whatever that need, we are communicating on WhatsApp groups and so forth. It's not a formal way of communications. We have our own way of how we communicate and so forth. So much as I'm saying, if you will read the entire statement bit by bit and say, Ubaba Konga Seko, capture, Ujuda Wetu, sometimes we might not be able to bring this into context. Otherwise, you'll understand it the way you want it to look like.
But surely, as you write, you want it to mean something.
Much as I'm explaining, Commissioner, to say here it represents the attention, because I tapped on those videos and pictures, the attention that he has drawn from the CFO.
Can I say, to me, that clip depicts people at a funeral. You say it's a funeral, so I see two people walking together at a funeral. That's what looking at that clip says. Your message says more than just looking at people. You're not commenting about people who are at a funeral together. You say you have captured Mfowethu. So you have to explain that when I look there and see two people at a funeral who may have arrived together, I don't know whether you know that they went there together, that's why you say you've captured him. Maybe they came separately, they happened to arrive together. So the captured means nothing when I look at the video and you've said you've captured Mfowethu. So you have to explain that you get sent a clip and then it causes you to say you have captured Mfowethu. What are you talking about? You're obviously not talking about just two people just because they are at a funeral together. So do explain. You get a clip that shows you these two people who are at a funeral together. Why do you say that depicts Sergeant Nkosi having captured the CFO?
He has captured the attention of the CFO, Commissioner, and that's what it precisely means.
What do you mean he's captured his attention? They're at a funeral. We see a clip that just shows them walking together. What is it about that image or that visual that explains he has captured him?
To say the CFO wants to be next to Sergeant Gosi. That's capturing the attention of someone.
Do you happen to know how it is they are walking next to each other? You have to know. For you to say, I see you have captured him, it means you know something about how they are ending up together there. And that is the part you have to explain. What do you know about how they end up together, walking together there, for you to say you have caught his attention? You don't say to Nkosi, I see the CFO has captured you. You're not saying that. You're not saying, I see that you have become interested in the CFO. You don't say that. You say the CFO has become interested in you and he wouldn't want you to leave him. So you know that it's the CFO, in fact, who is interested in Nkosi and wants Nkosi to, will want Nkosi to be there forever, never to leave him. You know that. And what you're being asked, or what I'm asking you is, well, what are the background facts that make you make that statement?
The background fact is that he seems very happy next to Sergeant Gosi. And this is what I've explained, Commissioner.
Okay. And then explain why you say you should gear yourself to do so forever, my brother. Has the CFO told you that he wants Sergeant Gosi to be there forever?
No, Commissioner.
Where do you get this statement that gear yourself to do so forever, my brother? From two people who are walking next to each other looking happy. Why do you say he will want you to do this forever?
Commissioner, I have my own way of, the tools of analysis, and I wouldn't think alike like any other person.
Yes.
So I'll be able to reduce what I see the way I see it.
Yes.
Yes.
Share that analysis with us, and then, and maybe let me start off by saying you don't pluck analysis out of thin air. There are facts on which you are basing yourself. You say you should gear yourself to do so forever, my brother. And that's an analysis. You've
Yes.
analyzed that you will want him to be there forever. What are the facts on which you base that analysis on?
He seemed happy and at peace with him.
Okay. Why do you say Umfuetu is the best person to be with, who will do great things for us?
When I say great things, it doesn't end there. I also went further and say, it's not like Ubabako Ongaseko.
Yes, I'm coming to that. I'm
Yes.
coming to that part. So I've asked you a specific question. Why do you say the CFO is the best person? One, for what is he the best person? Two, he will do great things for us. What are these great things? And three, who is the us in that statement? So there are three parts to it.
I'm taking this from 2010 because I'm referring to someone who Ubabako, it has got an history, what transpired in the past. And I'm saying he'll be able to nurture him in the right way and so forth.
What will the CFO do for you, Deputy Commissioner Dlamini, because you say he will do great things for us? Forget the CFO because you're the one that's writing. What is it that the CFO will do for you, Dlamini?
Not for me. When
No,
I
you
say
said
for
us.
us, I'm saying for us because I indicated that Sergeant Gosi, it's like a brother to me. I regard him as such. So when we talk, I can't say we'll do great things for you. I'm saying I'm happy for you because there you are having a father who can look after you, nurture you in the right way.
So
If he does for you, it's like he's doing for me.
So when you say us, you mean Sergeant Nkosi?
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay. What are the great things that you say he will do for Sergeant Nkosi? You must have something in mind. It's not just words.
Great things comes in many forms. It's like, looking after someone's welfare, nurturing him in terms of advices and so forth, taking interest into a particular person's welfare. So that's what I was referring to. You'll see that he'll check him with his wife if he's okay, he's recouping well in the hospital and so forth. And I know that Sergeant Nkosi need that because
Who do you know?
the way he grew up, he definitely needs someone to be able to encourage him.
When you say he will do great things for you, you must know something about the CFO. Who do you know him to have done great things for? You know something about the CFO. So tell us, what do you know about the CFO that he has done great things for somebody that makes you say that he will do great things for Sergeant Nkosi? What do you know about the CFO?
Commissioner, I don't know the CFO much, that he has done something great things for someone. These are feelings that you have to say, this person will be able to look after this person, nurture him into a particular direction.
But you told us in your evidence that your interaction with the CFO is in meetings of the TMPD of the city. That's your limited interaction with him. How do you, if that's all you know about him,
Yes.
how do you know that he's a person who will do great things, who has a propensity to do great things and will do so for Sergeant Nkosi, for you to make that statement?
Commissioner, perhaps if we can think of great things as material things, then we'll be wrong in that assertion, because great things will come in the welfare of looking after someone that is well mentally and otherwise he get good advices. You don't need to attach material things to great things.
So you know that the CFO will provide mental wellness, to use your word, support to the CFO,
He'll provide guidance.
to Sergeant
also.
Nkosi,
He'll provide
even though you have
guidance.
only met him in formal 2, 3, 4, 5 meetings of the municipality, and you have no personal relationship with him, because that's what you've told us. You have
Yes.
absolutely no personal relationship with him. You don't even talk to him on the phone. You know that he will support Sergeant Nkosi. That you know, something so personal that has nothing to do with work. You know that the CFO will do for Sergeant Nkosi, even though you don't know the CFO at all.
You don't need to know someone for years to understand the character or how a person perhaps behaves and so forth. I can meet you twice, then I realize to say, here my daughter or my son will be in good hands to be nurtured.
In this case, you determined that from official meetings of Tshwane Metro, that the CFO will support Sergeant Nkosi, just from your formal meetings.
Correct, Commissioner?
No, that's not true. I want to put it to you. It is not true. You're being dishonest with us about what this message is about. Lastly, from me, in that same message, you say, compared to ubaba wako ongaseko, who and what are you referring to? This ubaba, and what did he do for Sergeant Nkosi that you say now the CFO will do for you?
Much as I indicated, there's history around that, of which I don't think I'll be able to divulge here, how Nkosi was raised at home and so forth.
I just want to know, what did he do for Nkosi that you now say the CFO will do? And this is relevant to our terms, because you followed, let me finish. You followed the evidence, you've listened to the CFO's evidence, it's clear from how you're testifying. You've listened to Sergeant Nkosi's evidence, that is clear from how you are testifying. You then say, so you have that background, and you know through engagement with you, your own testimony and their testimony, that we are looking at what appears or appearances of improper and corrupt dealings relating to tender in Tshwane. You know that's the evidence that we are looking at. That's what we've been engaging with you about, and eventually we must make conclusions about. So it's a relevant question to ask you. This Ubaba Wako that you refer to, that you say used to do things for Sergeant Nkosi, which the CFO will now do, because that's what your message is. He will do things for you that your father used to do, who's no longer there. It's a relevant question to ask you, who are you talking about? And two, what did that person do? More importantly, what did that person do for Sergeant Nkosi, which now the CFO will do? This commission has an interest in that. So you can't say, I'm not prepared to discuss it, or I'm uncomfortable to discuss it. You have made a statement. The CFO will take over what Sergeant Nkosi's father used to do. And I'm interested, and it's relevant, not for the sake of it, it's relevant information that must be given to this commission. What is the CFO to do for Sergeant Nkosi that you are referring to in this WhatsApp message?
I indicated, Commissioner, that great things do not refer to material things. It refers to taking care of someone, being concerned about the well-being of a person, and so forth, which the one I'm referring to, there were shortcomings in that regard.
You've had my comment about that evidence. You're not being honest.
I don't
You're not being
agree,
open with us. Yes, you won't agree, obviously. But I have to put it to you so that you have no mistake where I stand on this matter. You are not being honest about the content of this WhatsApp, what you were conveying. Thank you.
Can I respond, Commissioner?
Yes, you may.
I am honest. I wrote it because I have a background with Sergeant Nkosi, and I understand what I've written here.
The problem is you don't have a background with the CFO, and yet you're saying now you're giving explanations that can only hold if you know the CFO more than what you have told us, which is out of 4 or 5 meetings of the city.
I've noticed the CFO, how he conducts himself, his behavior, how calm he is, and so forth. I was referring on those things.
All right, that's your answer. Thank you.
Deputy Chief, let me remind you about what you said this morning. Remember, in relation to what happened in March 2025, you said the CFO, and this was your testimony this morning, that the CFO wanted Sergeant Nkosi to become an extension of him.
Correct.
And you used an example of a car salesman or an agent, and you said the CFO had appointed Sergeant Nkosi to be his agent.
That's correct,
in relation
Commissioner.
to discussions between you and the CFO.
That's correct.
Yeah. Is that not what you mean here, that he has now successfully become an extension of the CFO?
That's not true.
Why would that not be true if earlier this morning you said that's what the CFO wanted?
In the context of this message, it's not following the discussion, Commissioner. It was a different message. I was referring to pictures that were sent to me and the videos I've seen. And it made me to recall the previous incident, what transpired back in the 2010 and so forth.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Chief, we have the cell phone records now for you. Have you been through them?
I haven't, SC, just received it.
Well, let me give you the context for why we sought these records. And it goes back to your exchanges with Sergeant Nkosi, and through Sergeant Nkosi with the CFO who Sergeant Nkosi captured on the 25th of March. And the critical period in this regard is the period between the two messages that you
Please
send.
take us to the page again, Mr. Chairperson.
Sorry, sorry, Chair. That would be helpful. It is page 440. In fact, it starts at 439. So if we go to 439, we see you sending a message to Sergeant and Corsi with a list of 7 companies and the covering message that says, Captain, nai mandate to Victor apiwe yona. Captain, this is the mandate that was given to Victor, and you explained that it was given to Victor by Nico. You recall that?
Correct.
Now, at the time, you then explained the next message, the message at 9:03, Captain, find below our vehicles for land to be given Kumpuetu in order of priority with six company names on it. You said that what had happened is that after Sergeant and Corsi got the message saying that Victor had received a mandate from Nico for 7 companies, he contacted you and said, I want you to find another 7 companies for us to check for compliance. You recall that? And that's why you sent him the list in chat number 1 at page 440. Do you recall your evidence in that regard?
That's correct.
Now, that evidence presupposes that Sergeant and Corsi would have contacted you at some stage between the 2 messages that you sent to him. The message that you sent to him with Victor's mandate from Nico, which was sent at 8:02 p.m., and the message that you sent to him with the new list of 6 companies at 9:03 p.m. You recall?
Correct.
Now, I pointed out to you that there is no WhatsApp communication between you and Sergeant and Corsi between 8:02 p.m. and 9:03 p.m. You accept that?
I'll have to verify that because last time you said these are not calls that incoming, it's chat messages, and today it has changed. Some of them are calls and so forth because I saw there's an
sorry,
incoming WhatsApp.
sorry,
chat
Deputy
one.
Chief. I have never suggested that there are mystery WhatsApps that are not included on this call. I've also never suggested, I've never withheld from you that the empty message, that the empty bubbles are voice calls. But one thing that has been always clear is that this is the total list of WhatsApps between Sergeant and Corsi and yourself over the period governed by this file 4. So, are you suggesting that there is a WhatsApp somewhere between 8:02 and 9:03 and that WhatsApp has mysteriously disappeared? That wasn't your evidence when we traversed this on Friday.
Yes, much as I said, we might have spoken, but I can't recollect whether with a call on the 25th of March when we spoke. Remember, these things happened quite, 2 years back. You need to recollect to say how did you speak to him and so forth.
On Friday, you were fairly clear. When I pointed out to you that there were no WhatsApp calls, then you said, oh no, it must have been a voice call. So I then said, are you saying that you, my exact words were, so you are saying it would have been on a cell phone call that was not a WhatsApp call? And there was no doubt in your answer. You said, yes, we spoke on a cell phone call. And I said, so if we requisition your cell phone records, we will find a call between you and Sergeant Nkosi between 8:02 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. on 25 March. No doubt in your answer, you said that is correct. And then I said, and will you accept that if we do that and we find no call, then this version is false? And you said, yes, I will accept. Well, we've done it and we find no call. So do you still accept that your version is false?
I don't think it was false as SC, because much as I'm saying, I have to recollect the events, what transpired, so that perhaps if you can allow me to have my own perhaps record, go and check the communications and so forth on my own, because you just gave me these records, I think now, today, so that I can verify mine.
The critical issue is whether there was a call between the two messages that you send to Sergeant Nkosi. The first one with the mandate to Victor from Nico at 8:02, and the second one with our vehicles for land to be given Kumfuwetu in order of priority at 9:03, which you say, despite the wording of the message, actually means the cell phone company, the bidders who have to be checked for compliance by Nico and have been shown by Nico to be compliant.
Correct.
Well, what I want to put to you is that your version in relation to these messages is false, that what you, Sergeant Nkosi, and the CFO were doing was rigging a tender in favor of El Shaddai and Ngapeshea and some others, and that when you speak of capturing the CFO who will do great things for us, what you're really speaking of is other abuses of public procurement processes that will make you and Sergeant Nkosi very rich. What's your response to that?
I don't agree to that, SC.
Well, I don't propose to take it further than that. If you want to go through these records and at a later stage want to file a supplementary affidavit explaining something that you have discovered in these records that you weren't alive to, you certainly have that right, and we will look at that affidavit and give you the opportunity to address it before the Commission again.
Okay.
Chair, I have no further questions.
Deputy Chief, good afternoon again.
Afternoon, Commissioner.
We are almost there. Deputy Chief, go to file 5, please. So file 5 is the additional documents that you provided to the Commission. Remember when you were last here reading your statement, we asked that you provide additional documents.
Correct.
And they don't form part of your statement, so they are additional in that sense. and you have complied with our request and obviously provided the documents. Now, in relation to the Gubis invoices, there's a few things that you said that we need to clarify. Maybe let's start on page 26. Are you there?
I'm there.
So this is the complaint from Gubis about non-payment of invoices. Do you see the subject line of
Yes,
the email
Commissioner.
on the 29th of January 2025? And that name that I think it was Chair or Advocate Chaskalson, I can't remember, they asked for Andrew's surname. So at the bottom of that page, it's Andrew Khwadi, KGWADI. Do you see that?
Yes.
So that was the name we were looking for. And these invoices you will see from the email, they relate to the ad hoc services provided at Royval Water Treatment Plant. Do you see that in the first line of the main email?
Correct.
Yes. Now, let's go to page 27 of the same bundle. So what they have done there is to attach a statement of account, and there are 7 invoices referred to in that statement of account. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Yes, and just to correct one other thing that you said earlier, payments to Gubis per month before January 2025 was not 2 million, it was actually 397,000 per month. Do you see from invoice 1 to invoice 7?
That's correct.
Yes, the total outstanding, the total balance outstanding was the 2 million, but 2 million was for the 7 months. It was not 2 million per month. And we do know that after January, more than 30 sites were added, and that's what took Gubis' monthly entitlement to just over 14 million. Do you see that?
I see that,
Yes.
Commissioner.
Now, all those invoices that are referred to there, the original invoices are on page 28 to 34 of that bundle. So you'll see that invoice 1 is on page 28, and the invoice number will say Royval 001 on the top left of the invoice. And if you go to page 29, you'll see that invoice 2 is Royval 002, and they continue all the way to invoice 7, which is on page 34. Do you see that?
That's correct, Commissioner.
But what is curious about all these invoices is that where you are supposed to insert the purchase order number, it's not there. So if you go back to page 28 or any of the invoices really, on the right side of the invoice, you will see that there's the vendor number, there's the CSD number, there's the period when the services were rendered, and there's the VAT number. Just below the VAT number, there's a purchase order number missing. Do you see that?
That's correct.
And this is the real reason why these invoices could not be paid, correct?
Correct.
Because if you go to page 24 of the same bundle, you see that a purchase order number is retrospectively created. Are you on page 24?
Page 24, yes.
On the 6th of March 2025, you see that a purchase order 4501267280 was created on the 6th of March 2025. Do you see that?
Correct.
And the reason why invoice 1 could not be paid is because the purchase order that was retrospectively created on the 6th of March 2025 is created in respect of invoice 2 to 7. Do you see that?
2 to 7. Yes.
Yeah, and doesn't include invoice 1. Do you see that?
Correct.
And that explains why invoices 2 to 7 were then paid, and there was no issue with those, because once the purchase order was irregularly created, after the event, those invoices could be paid. Do you see that?
I see that.
But for invoice 1, there was a problem because it was for the previous year. So if you go back to page 28, the invoice covered the date 27 May 2024 to 27 June 2024. Do you see that? That was the previous financial year. And this explains why this invoice could not be paid and why you had to involve Sergeant Nkosi. In fact, if you go to file 3 on page 144, you will see that that is the invoice that you sent to Sergeant Nkosi to say, this one is for the previous financial year. We will engage later Nomfowethu on how to address it in order to avoid ex post facto.
That's correct.
So that is really the sequence that in relation to the 2025 invoices, although they were eventually paid, there was an irregular process because the purchase orders were created many months after the event. And in fact, if you want to see how those invoices were fixed, if you go to page 17 of the same bundle, bundle 5, from page 17 to 24, you will see that after the purchase order is created, the purchase order number is handwritten in all these invoices. So if you look at the top of page 17 all the way to 23, you see that 45012678280 purchase order is inserted in manuscript. Do you see that?
That's correct.
So that's how this whole irregular thing was corrected. But for the 2024 invoice, it could not be corrected because the city's processes don't allow you to do that. That's why you needed this ex post facto arrangement.
That's correct, Commissioner.
So I have the right order and the right sequence.
You are correct.
All right, I just needed to clarify that. Thank you, Mr. Skalsa.
Thank you, Chair. I have no questions flowing from those questions.
Do we resume at 9:30 tomorrow?
Unfortunately not, Chair. Mr. Karim was due to appear tomorrow. We have received a medical certificate indicating that he's confined to bed. We were then hoping to proceed with Mr. Mokgotsi tomorrow, but he's de facto secured a postponement by applying for my recusal, so we no longer have a witness for tomorrow. So we will have to resume on Thursday.
Deputy Chief, there was the issue of the documents, or rather phone records. You said you wanted to have a look at them because they had been given to you today. Will you be wanting to file a supplementary affidavit relating to that issue?
Yes, I will do so, Commissioner.
You are directed to file that supplementary affidavit not later than 4 May 2026.
That's correct.
And you are excused. We will resume on Thursday, 30 April 2026 at 9:30. Let's adjourn.